All right, we're live. Welcome back to the Michael Lofton Show on Reason and Theology. Let's take a look at what's going on here with the election. I'm going to share my screen right now. So far, what we have is Donald Trump, 178 um, points here, and then we got Kamala Harris at 113. So far, the states that have been called, I mean, you got Texas being called by Fox for Trump, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida. These are all for Trump. South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, got West Virginia, Indiana, Missouri, Kansas. Let's see. They're calling Nebraska for Trump, but it's still up in the air. Wyoming, North Dakota, and South Dakota. For Harris, so far we have Colorado, Illinois. Some of this is still up in the air. Maine, New York, Vermont, got Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and District of Columbia, DC. So, as you can see, again, it's still kind of up in the air with some of these. I've been following these states very closely. Initially, it was showing Kamala up, which was very concerning, but we're now seeing Trump taking the lead here with Virginia, Georgia. Again, Florida has already been called for him. North Carolina, Ohio. Now, in the case of Michigan, you can see her up 6 points right now at 52%, but only 9% of the votes in. So there's still plenty of room here for a victory for Trump with this state. And, same with Philadelphia. We'll see how that goes. Right now, we have, let's see, Harris is up 27 points. Let's take a look at it. I'm sorry, Pennsylvania, not Philadelphia. Pennsylvania, we have Harris at 63%, Trump at 36%. It's a pretty large lead there. And this is normally, I say normally, this is a state that has gone before for Trump. And so it's a little concerning that Harris is in the lead. But right now, again, we only have, let's see, 16% of the votes in. So this could change. And earlier, about 30 minutes ago, it was a lot higher. So it is going down for Kamala. Same with, again, this state here, Michigan. It was a lot higher earlier, about 30 minutes ago for Kamala. They say, a lot of the mail in ballots and stuff like that is going to be in favor of her. But then you start getting into the rural counties, those are going to be more in favor of Trump, and those are counted later. And so that's why right now she's showing ahead. But it is concerning. Let's actually look at the 2016 here election. We got Michigan going for Trump, and then we got also for Pennsylvania. Let's see, 2016 for PA went for Trump. So if this goes for Kamala, and I'm not saying it's going to, but if it does, that is definitely concerning. So keeping a close eye on these over here, but encouraged to see that Trump has significantly increased and now has, in the case of Virginia, 1.4 points ahead, Georgia 5.8 ahead, North Carolina 4.8, Ohio 7.1 points ahead. We may find out the results tonight. That's what I'm hoping. I hope this doesn't drag into tomorrow or what's worse, the next day or the next day. We'll see. I'm going to take a look at some commentary here from Fox News as well. And I also want to get your feedback there in the comment section. So please do go ahead and add any comments that you have. I'd love to see what your thoughts are. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you don't mind. If you appreciate the content here at Reason and Theology, hit that sub button. I really would appreciate it. All right, so we're still kind of waiting to see some of the results come in for a number of these states. In North Carolina, only 39% has been submitted. Ohio, we got 50% in. Georgia, 66% in. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. Georgia, you can call that one for Trump. Virginia, 48% in. And again, we're still working over here on Michigan at 9.4%. And the biggest one that I'm concerned about right here is Pennsylvania, with Harris at 61% in the lead with 17% of the votes in. So there's still some time here for a redemption. Is Trump going to flip Virginia? He actually did. Earlier we were seeing Harris in the lead, but as more votes came in, he's now in the lead. So it looks like he might flip Virginia. So far they got him with a 1.5 point lead. Let's see. Wow, it's kind of close though. If you look at it, 1.17 million for Trump, 1.14 million for Harris. So he has a lead. It's not a really strong one, but it's certainly there. But okay, still concerned about these over here. I want to see some movement. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few other things as well. Let's maybe listen to what's going on with Fox News here in a moment and get their take on it. This is the New York Times. New York Times is actually forecasting a Trump win. That's pretty wild, right? Trump 277, Harris 261 with an electoral college estimate. As far as popular vote, they're forecasting a Harris win. So we'll see how well this turns out later on tonight. Let me also take a look at the chat and see what's going on here. Okay. What I'm asking is for those who know the counties, what counties have reported in Virginia and what are their populations. So let's go back to it. Let's see here. Okay, if we go to Virginia, let's take a look. Trying to see if it gives us those specifics. I'm not seeing. I'm on the Fox News website. I'm not seeing any more details there. But look at that. There's some more movement going on, but still, what 1.3% in the lead. So Trump is still winning. But I mean that's pretty close, right? Neck to neck. Okay, let's see what's going on here with Fox News and get some of their takes on the matter. I think right now they're on commercials. Let me make sure that y'all can actually hear the audio.
Predicted, polymarket, Kalshi, and
The basket.
it's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you
We'll
looking
see.
at?
I am looking at some of the, just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, you know, if it, there about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom. Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time. Apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, I don't know, 40 days or something with no press conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over. I hear you.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
We're not.
I'm just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought, because she did well there, that she would want to go and do more of them. But
More interviews
more interviews to sit down
after
and
the
talk
one with Brett.
after the one with Brett.
She booted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Well,
Biden.
I have a slightly different opinion on that. I thought she did. She gave in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. But she did some, and
She
didn't.
was so cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said, Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful
I
stuff.
would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure you would have.
but the way she did it, she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room. It could be 269. She must have done something right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those 3 states have not gone all together other than 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin and HW won the other 2. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House, how does that play into it? Look, I hope we don't get there because I don't want this fight. The country
But the
doesn't need
House
this
does
division.
the president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only 1 vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it.
Get ahead of ourselves here.
is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you.
Still got a
As far
lead in
as the
Virginia.
Suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Suburban voters.
Wisconsin
Kamala Harris right now has the lead. Okay?
significantly
But
up
this is
for
about a 6-point
Trump.
difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in
Getting
2020,
closer with PA.
Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right. If I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story. Okay. Suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical. The margin that she's leading by, Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the Black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the Black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
So big numbers.
Yeah.
We got a call to make.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the
Okay,
most recent polling we're showing
195
in
for
the state of
Trump.
Ohio, but
Wow.
a solid win for
Getting
him
close to
in
the
what used to
270.
be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some
Ohio's
time.
been called
And
for
obviously
Trump.
there's 54% of the vote in, but as you look
Wow.
at the
Getting
Electoral
closer
College,
in PA
195 to 113.
and Michigan.
Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of
Still
swing states, no
holding
longer, very
almost a
Republican,
full
much like
point
Florida.
lead in
And
VA.
now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor.
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on, really tight.
Yeah.
Exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population. But the vote lead was 700,000 below what they were in 2020. So that a lot of ground to make up.
Wow.
From the Trump campaign,
95
now,
to
take it,
113.
this is what they're saying. They believe this is going to be a tortoise hare kind of night for them in Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any other vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what they're thinking.
That raises obvious questions. You know, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now, sitting at home, you're thinking, I'm Scranton Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions all these years. And if she does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here. He's shaking his head and saying, I could have won.
It's just interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are.
Yes.
And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from either reporters or Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump War Room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd.
Closer in
Their
PA.
degree of confidence is
good.
going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
We call
Okay,
Yeah,
Harold, let me just
still
ask you
holding
this.
a little bit
was
of a lead in VA.
communication,
51%
with Harris
of the
folks,
votes
with
in.
Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I'm not have a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra's raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay, the polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines, 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to answer. Brett and Martha.
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race to 270. That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg. And that was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte will win there. Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
All right, so let's see what we have going on here. Going back to the map, 195 for Trump, 113 for Harris. Wisconsin's going down a little bit, only 4% in. So I mean, obviously, that can significantly change. 22% in for PA, with Harris with a 15-point lead, but this is going down significantly. So, maybe Trump will still pull it off. Same for Michigan. This continues to go down. VA still has 1-point lead with 52% of the votes in. So looks like he might win VA, and then also in Georgia, North Carolina. So we'll see. Obviously, this is going to take some time to unfold, but need to get to 270 at 195 already. Hang in there. Let's see. Let's go back to Fox here.
America.
Well, they're on a commercial, so let's see what's going on here in the chat. Let's see. Who do y'all think is going to win? I'm seeing New York Times already projecting Trump to win, which you wouldn't think New York Times would do that, but there it is. Let's see. Y'all put in the chat who you think is going to end up winning and why. Zachary says it's going to be Trump. Matthew says it's too close to call. Yeah, I could see that. Ms. says it's going to be Trump. Sean is saying Trump W. We'll see. We're going to hang out here until we find out. Again, assuming that we find out today, right? But we'll hang out here until we have a good idea. So this is going to be a long one. So let's see. Skylar says Trump. Sanctus hopes Trump and says Trump. Catholic Fam says Trump. Let's see. Faith says Trump. Anne is saying Trump. Jacked in New York City saying Trump. Where are y'all watching from, by the way? Put in the comment section in the chat there where y'all are watching from, not just the city, but also state. And if you're watching outside of the United States, put the country. I want to see where people are tuning in from. Let's see what else we got here in the chat. Okay. Let's see some more saying Trump. Big W from Florida. Let's see, Oregon, Ohio, Arizona. So we got a lot of people from all over here. New Hampshire, Portugal. No, from Portugal. That's awesome. Sean Matthew is watching from New York, Idaho, Trinidad. Wow. Austin, Texas. Good old Texas. I haven't been to Austin since I was a kid. All I remember about Austin was there were brick streets. That's all I recall at this point. Tennessee, another from Tennessee, Ireland, California, Australia, another from Australia, Chicago, Steubenville, Franciscan University, DP3. That's pretty cool. Dallas, Texas. Good old Dallas. Vatican City. Super Gamer, you're in the Vatican City right now? That's awesome. That's pretty cool. Do you live there or are you just visiting? You got to tell us. All right, let's see what is going on here again with Fox.
Majority at 51.
Screen.
We're looking at states like Ohio, the Sherrod Brown race, Montana, the John Tester race as a possible flip in the U.S. Senate. Brooke Taylor is at the Cruz campaign headquarters in Houston. Check in with Brooke. Good evening.
Good evening. I could tell you some behind the scenes info right now. We have Fox News playing on both screens right now. The crowd right now going wild because we just threw up the race and we have Cruz again with that strong lead. So everyone here is very excited, but I could tell you from talking to the Cruz campaign that they have been taking this race extremely seriously. When you think of Texas, you think of this deep red state. A Democrat has not won an election here in 30 years, so since 1994. But again, since 2018, Democrats have really seen an opportunity to possibly switch the seat. We saw it with Beto O'Rourke. Cruz won by just 3 points, and Cruz's campaign hoping to have a real win here. They are not going to make that mistake. They are going to take this extremely seriously. But again, the crowd here going wild. They are very excited about this. I will toss it back to you guys.
Okay, Brooke Taylor, thanks so much.
Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky tonk in Nashville.
Of course he is.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you,
Stand by in a
Pete?
second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick.
Hello, Pete.
Coming to us.
You're on.
Should we get Pete a drink?
Just
Hello.
stand by, everybody. We're
Go ahead.
coordinating with the
Pete.
mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership calling Pete
Can
Hegseth
you hear
at the
us?
honky tonk in
Mothership
Nashville.
calling.
Can you hear us?
Hey guys, yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, Brett and Martha. We're at Kid Rock's Honky Tonk in Nashville. I can't hear a thing. I can't hear myself think. And the crowd here is psyched because you're now on the TVs here in the bar as well. I'm here with Clay Travis, Morgan Ortegas, Tommy Laird. We just had Kid Rock himself. So while you're at home watching the returns on Fox, and everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a phenomenal job, pull up Fox Nation on your second screen and have a party with us. Because I'll tell you, the vibes here on the ground, and we're talking to voters today too, this feels a lot like the 2016 vibes as you see the results coming in. You can tell the crowd here, pretty psyched. They love watching you guys and what you're doing. If this sentiment isn't reflective of what's happening in this election, could be a very good night for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, but I love you.
All right, Pete. Thank you so much.
Pete,
Sounds like
thanks
they're having
lot.
a pretty good time there.
They are.
We're having a
We're
pretty
back
good
with our
time here.
panel. Britt Hume,
Maybe
Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity, and Trey Gowdy. And Bill Hemmer just went behind the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out
It's
there.
like the
And we-
Wizard of Oz.
So let's see if there's any updates here from the map. Still 195 Trump, 117 for Kamala. VA is now 1.8 point lead. So it's a little bit stronger than we saw before with 56% of the votes in. Georgia, 5-point lead, 74% in. North Carolina, 3-point lead, 52% in. Getting closer in PA. That's good. All right. Harris still has an 11-point lead, but this is only 25% of the votes in. Michigan, 7-point lead for Harris, 12% of the votes in. So obviously there's still plenty of room here for Trump to still win these states. But yeah, right now it's still showing blue, and that's concerning, but a lot better than what it was showing before. That's for sure. Okay, Trump is showing in Wisconsin 8.7 points in the lead with 10% of the votes in. So, still some room for changes here. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, we're still holding at 195, trying to get to 270. All right, let's see what Fox is saying.
And we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties.
Yeah, if he
around
gets to
Philadelphia.
270, he
But the
wins.
argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's 2 counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. excuse me, one is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in, because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys had mentioned Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, all right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide.
Virginia, wow.
Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin. 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points. But 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margin started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So,
all right, let's go back to the map here, see if there's any changes yet. Still 195, 117 so far. Trump in the lead. Let's see how we're doing. A little bit better in PA. I mean, Harris is still in the lead by 10 points, 27% of the vote in, but a little bit better. Now, all of a sudden, Wisconsin has flipped for Harris. She is 50.1% right now. So about 1.5 or so, or almost 2 points in the lead. We were seeing Trump in the lead before. Now she's taken the lead, but only 17% of the votes have come in. VA still 1.8 with 56% of the votes in. GA 5 points, 75% of the votes in. And then North Carolina 3 points, 59% of the votes in. A little concerned about these. I don't like this. I don't like seeing the blue. That's not good. Not necessarily something that's set in stone. As you can see, again, there's still plenty of room for Trump to take over. And admittedly, the situation here with PA was a lot better than it was before. And it just went down a little bit even more, 9.9. And so hopefully Trump will take the lead in pretty soon. We'll see. Boy, I am a little concerned about that. Okay, now it's going down to 8.4. So it's going down a little bit more. So Trump is getting a little closer, although oddly enough for Wisconsin, she's gaining more of a lead. 3 points now in the lead. We just saw her almost 2 points. Now it's 3. Still got plenty of time though. Only 18% of the votes in. So, all right. Let's go back to Fox. See what they're saying so far.
And the panel, the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing. Actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a 1 pickup for Republicans. And again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia, maybe a couple of other races,
Montana.
Still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet.
Okay.
Obviously a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel. Kaylee, what are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say the map, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2006.
Let me remind y'all, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Please go ahead and support the channel. I'd greatly appreciate it. And hit the like button too.
They point to Fayette County in Georgia, but then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida, that is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will, and Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this,
Great
Trey,
point.
that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet.
All right, so we're seeing some changes here. Harris's 3-point lead went down now to 2, and Wisconsin with 19% of the votes in. Harris is going down. I mean, she still has a lead in PA, but going down. 30% of the votes in there. I feel like Trump's going to take over if this trajectory continues. 7-point lead in Michigan with 13% of the votes in. So hang tight on that. He still has Virginia and Georgia and also North Carolina.
And immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
All right. So, still about the same over here in the states where Harris is leading. No significant changes yet. Donald Trump at 195 electoral votes. Need 270 to win. Harris at 117. AJ says that he thinks that Trump could get to that 312 number. I hope. Let's hope. We'll see. New York Times is projecting that Trump will win the Electoral College, 277 to 261. We'll find out. While we're waiting here, take a look at this. Kamala Harris pretending that she was on the phone with voters. And in reality, she was just, on her camera.
How you doing? Have you voted already? Give me a second. You did? Thank you. Thank you so very much. It's so important that everybody participates, and I thank you because I'm sure you got a lot of other things you could be doing. Taking the time to vote really does. Right? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure Casper the Ghost has other things he needs to be doing because that's what she's talking to. Look at that. See? It's clearly her phone camera. You see it even has Kamala there. Here's the camera button. She wasn't talking to a real person.
Give me a second. You did. Thank you.
You did. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
And she still tries to play it off. Knowing perfectly well, we all saw that you weren't actually talking to a real person.
It's so important that everybody participates, and I thank you because I'm sure you got a lot of other things you could be doing. Taking the time to vote really does. Right? Thank you for that.
If that doesn't summarize her entire campaign, what does? That right there summarizes the entire thing. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to take a phone call here. Give me one moment, y'all. All right. So let's see. Okay. Somebody is asking, would Sola Scriptura guys even endorse Kamala Harris? I don't know how the issue of Sola Scriptura would really factor into the question. But let's see what's going on here. Okay. So still 1.7 point lead, VA, 5 points in Georgia for Trump, North Carolina, 4.6. Okay, now Trump got Wisconsin back. We saw Kamala coming through with a lead. I mean, there's only 25% of the votes in, so there's still plenty of room for change here. Now 1 point in the lead for Trump, so he took it back over. I'm telling you, this is good. It's looking a lot better for PA. Before I went on the air live with y'all, it was looking really bad for Trump. But that's because there's like only a few percent of the votes in. so I knew, okay, let's give it some time. 34% of the votes in. Harris right now has a 4-point lead on PA, and in Michigan, 6 points. But only 13% of the votes are in. So, room for growth and progress. In Wisconsin, he's going up a little bit more, 1.1%. Looks like it may have just flipped for Harris, though. Let's see. Yeah, flipped for Harris again. So this is tight. But again, only at 26%. Keep an eye on it. Still 195 for Trump, 117 for Kamala. Need to get to 270. And so we're going to hang out till we have an idea of who's going to reach it. So let's get back to what Fox is saying as they weigh in on the question here in just a moment. Okay. Let me also see what's going on in the chat. What was the website that I was looking at? Well, this is the foxnews.com website that has all the material that you'll really need to follow. So if you click on the individual state, it will give you a little bit more information about them. So definitely a helpful tool. Harris is now 3.5 points in the lead in Wisconsin. Going down a little bit more for PA. Man, I just want to see that flip. That's wild. But plenty more votes to come in, so we'll see. All right. See what's going on here with Fox in a moment. New York Times, Jay Condi is saying New York Times is projecting 66% chance of Trump victory right now. Is that right? Wow. Was 2020 stolen, or was that just a theory? Did you see JD Vance's comments on that particular question to Joe Rogan? Go and check out his comments on that. I thought he offered an interesting perspective on that. So that's the interview he just did, what was it, maybe a week ago with JD Vance, Joe Rogan. Check it out. You might find it interesting. Okay. Super Gamer says he hasn't seen it yet. Yeah, check it out. I think you'll find he made a few good points on that. Is that even something that you can still talk about on YouTube though, or will that get you shut down? I don't know. Okay, Harris's 3-point lead has gone back down to now only 0.8% lead. So let's see here if Trump is going to pull through. Looks like some votes are coming in. She's not in the lead by a lot. That's what? 11,000? It's not a lot at all. And then let's see, only 31% of the votes in. PA, she's down to 310. Michigan down to 540 with 14% of the votes in. And Trump is still in the lead in VA. Georgia, North Carolina. Those have just been sitting there for a long time. They're taking forever to count their votes, it seems. All of them are. I really think that we need to revise our system. It's kind of wild that it takes this long to determine. Right. Let's see what's going on here with Fox.
Okay, so a little bit under right now in that it's suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here to Washington and see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage, all right? And 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the three, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60%. Raw votes shy of 40,000 from 4 years ago. Okay, all right, so he ended up with 55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The wow counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it was. So we'll keep an eye on it because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Little Wisconsin for you.
Little trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Up to Door County in the Great Lakes. And obviously, this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that in the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get poll closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage.
Oh, wow.
Takes into high gear and
Look
the
at this.
electoral count.
So for PA, she's down to only a 1 point lead, 1.8 points. Wow. I think he's going to take the lead here pretty soon. Same for Michigan. She's down to 4 point lead and 0.1 point for Wisconsin. 33% of the votes in. See, we got some movement here. Neck to neck. Wow. This is pretty close here. We keep seeing it flip-flop too. Virginia, little bit more of an increase, 1.9 point lead, 60% of the votes in. Georgia, it's like it's stuck. 5 point lead, 79% of the votes in. North Carolina, 5.1 points, 65% of the votes in. Okay, now Trump just took Wisconsin. Wow. Okay, let's see what's going on. 49.2% for both of them. But look at that. Less than 100 votes. He's ahead less than 100. Wow. So about 90 or 88. Okay, it's changing. Trump got some more. 0.1% lead. I'll take it. Let's just hope it holds. We'll see. Okay. 0.2 points now. 1.2 points for Harris. Yeah, she's about to lose that. That's about to flip for Trump. And the trajectory has consistently been going down for her since they put up the numbers, both for PA and Michigan. And yes, I agree. Zachary, if Trump loses, I got to shave my head. I agree. This is a great idea. So if Trump loses, I will shave my head. I'll go bald. Texas is already counted. Let's see. 65% of the votes are in. And he's got about 1 million votes more than her. 12-point lead. So yeah, I think he's got that one in the bag. Eyebrows could be shaved as well, Nathan says. Yeah, but wouldn't some people then think that was, I'm part of a gang affiliated or something? Have a few notches on the eyebrow. Just add to that a teardrop tattoo right underneath it. Okay, so yeah, look, it's going down. PA, she is now less than 1 point in advance or ahead. 40% of the votes in. This is about to flip for Trump very, very soon. So yeah, getting closer in Pennsylvania, within striking distance now. Yeah. Give it just a few more moments. I think we're going to see the lead there. He's still holding strong in VA, Georgia, North Carolina. North Carolina and Ohio, originally when they put the numbers up, Harris was in the lead. And it was really scary. But yeah, he's already got Ohio in the bag and North Carolina up 5 points. Pennsylvania down to 0.2 points. He's going down just a little bit in Wisconsin, but he's still holding a little bit of a lead there. Come on. Let's keep an eye here on Pennsylvania. See how it goes. She is barely hanging for dear life on that one. Let's see. Trying to go back to the original map. Delayed for some reason. I don't know. Is there maybe something going on with the internet? Hang tight. Cactoid Jim says he saw a very tall, very black woman proudly wearing her Trump fuzzy socks when I voted. Were these fuzzy socks or were they house slippers? You see that a lot here in Monroe and West Monroe. All right, so Wisconsin up almost a full point. Just now, Trump took PA. Took Pennsylvania. Just now took it. 0.1%. But hey, it's better than what it was before. Better than nothing. But it just flipped right in front of us. Let's see if he can hold it. It flipped, but this is only 42% of the votes. But again, it has been a downhill trajectory for Kamala the whole time. Harris still has a 4-point lead in Michigan, but you'll notice that only 15% of the votes are in. They're not counting a lot there. Not a lot at all. Kind of been stuck here for a while. Super Gamer says Michael for president. That's funny. You remember when I announced my candidacy for the presidency? I'm trying to think when that was. It was a couple years ago for April Fools, and I was in DC, so I just took a couple of photos in DC, and I posted that for everyone, and a lot of people believed it too. All right, Trump 17 points with only 3% of the votes in. For Arizona, Harris is back up, so it flipped back blue. 0.3. But I bet this is going to change. And I really think Michigan is also going to change to red. So give it some time. But this is one that just came up. Arizona just came up. Okay, now it just shot up 34% of the votes in. Wow. I mean, that was fast. Trump, it shows, is in the lead, but not by much. Doesn't look like it's by much at all. Okay, now it's showing 58%. Wow. Okay, so a 15-point lead. That just happened out of nowhere. This is only 82,000 votes to her 58,000. Sergeant Grinch says it will be a long night. Can't call the states until they know how many votes they need. That's funny.
Breakout star. 10.
Let's refresh that. See what Fox News is talking about while we're waiting on the map to refresh here. Okay. In Wisconsin, he's got 1.2 point lead. For some reason, Arizona isn't showing that 15-point lead here right now. Okay. So we got some new numbers here. 205 to 117 going for Trump because Fox News just called Utah and Montana for Trump. So Utah, Montana, let's see, in 2020, we have Montana and Utah going for Trump. And I'm sorry, that's 2016. 2020, same thing. So I guess that was to be expected. But I'll take it. I'm wanting that to flip. I'm wanting this one to change right here. PA. Let's go back to Arizona. I don't know what's going on with the internet here. It's lagging significantly. It wasn't doing that before. Maybe a lot of people are just tuning in or something. Super Gamer says, get her done. I agree. Get her done. It's Taylor Marshall winning. I forgot that he was running for president a while back. He dropped out like 3 years ago, didn't he? Okay. In defense of the church is asking for an update. Well, so far, Trump is on the whole in the lead. Okay. PA has flipped once again for Trump with 44% of the votes in. Half a point lead. Harris is she's not down to 2.7 points ahead in Michigan. She's now down. 16% only of the votes have come in, but still, it has been a consistent downward spiral for her. So Trump has been gaining on her in Michigan consistently. So I think he's going to take over it as well. But as you can see, he's ahead, but not by a lot, just by a hair. I don't know what's going on with Arizona right now. I can't see because every time I try clicking on it, it's just not doing anything. Last time we clicked on it, it was a 15-point lead. So he was up very comfortably with 34% of the votes in. So again, to summarize, 205 to 117. Trying to get to that 270. Some are saying they can't see my screen. Well, that's weird because it's presenting. So we must be having internet issues. What's up with the audio? Some are saying. So yeah, it looks like I might be having internet issues. Okay. Super Gamer says they don't want us to see it. That's funny. Okay, so Catholic fam is saying it's good now. Okay, so you're able to see the screen. Okay, good deal. Audio's been lagging pretty badly, but it's back. All right. Sorry about that. I'm hardwired in, so not a whole lot I can do at this point, you know. Okay, let's see what they're saying. Let me make sure that you can hear the audio, though. Let's eavesdrop here.
185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties? Okay, this is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there, 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. You know, a firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied. So maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving out into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks in the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather. They love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up
And
considerably.
let me remind y'all, all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Help me grow this channel. I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. All votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on, let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You get 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes, right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? You know, we're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. You know, Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 come in. That's right. And she's at 61%. You know, I mean, both you guys watch it, right? I mean, how many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right, this past year? It was almost around the same number, okay, up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime
Yes.
folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of look past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where only 23% of the vote in, mind tons of votes outstanding, but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points in with that small turnout. Again, the New York
Piers
Times
Morgan
gives
just
him a
posted
79%
Trump
chance of
is
winning this election at this
winning.
point, with leaning North
Trump is
Carolina,
winning.
leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those three states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what
All right, so let's take a look at it. Virginia, 1 point lead, 64% of the votes in. Georgia, 4.6 point lead, 82% of the votes in. I mean, I think you can just go ahead and call that for Trump. Arizona just flipped, 0.9 points for Harris with 47% of the votes in. So Arizona previously in 2016 went for Trump. Then it went for Biden in 2020. That needs to flip back. Michigan, she's down to 1 point lead, 17% of the votes in. PA, now Trump has 2 point lead. Wisconsin, 0.1 point. Harris is up with 44% of the votes in. Oh, yikes. Some of these are just neck to neck. You know, Wisconsin right now, Arizona, Michigan. But on the whole, he is winning. 205 votes to 117. Needed that 270. We're at 9:14 p.m. Central. So I suspect it's we got some time before we find out what's going to happen. Saintly Savvy says boo. Jimmy J's Johnny Gibbers says, I still think the fly on Mike Pence head wins, just from people writing it in. That's pretty funny. If you look at VA, DC suburbs are still largely missing. Is that right? Let me go back to it. Oh, and it's going down just slightly. You know, before it was 1.8 points. Now then it was just 1 point, as we just saw a moment ago. Now it's down to 0.9. So not even a whole point lead in Virginia. Super Gamer says, my blood pressure. That's funny. I know how you feel. For me, my blood pressure is not up. My blood pressure gets up when I have to listen to dumb people do apologetics on YouTube. That's when my blood pressure goes up. When I have to listen to stupid people make really dumb arguments. Okay, VA is only down. He's down now to 0.8 point lead with 65% of the votes in. Melville says New York Post and New York Times have good county maps. Okay, cool. Might have to check some of those out here in a moment. I thought it was interesting. New York Times was already calling it and predicting that Trump was going to win here with the electoral votes. Arizona, she still has almost a whole point lead. With 47% of the votes in, so obviously that can significantly change. And I suspect Trump is going to get Arizona. So right now it shows blue, but not for long. I'm a little concerned though about Michigan. It hasn't really moved a whole lot though. And only 18% of the votes in, so We'll see. It just went up a little bit more for her. 2.1 point lead with 19% in right before our very eyes. Virginia going down even a little bit more. I don't know. That's not looking good. Yikes. Let's hope PA stays red, Pop says. I hear you. Let's see what Fox is up to. Oh, it looks like it's lagging here. Sorry about the internet connectivity. I'm hardwired in, so I'm not sure what's going on with the internet issues, but I can't adjust them.
Absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Votecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP Votecast.
And that has to
That's
be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And the
vote.
news cycle for how long?
Yeah, I mean, I think people on the whole are not buying the propaganda from the media. Thank goodness.
Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
Sure.
Will says how many people wrote in Michael Lofton. That's hilarious. If somebody did it, take a picture of it and send it to me.
With your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna
Scranton.
County. You got it. Let me come back to current day, right? It's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I do believe. Okay. So I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay. So she's got an egg. Go ahead.
Who do I think is going to win the popular vote? I think Trump is going to win the popular vote.
For that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020, here is Biden's number. So she's about, you do the math, 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green.
How long do I plan on staying on? Until we really have an idea of who's going to win. I'm hoping we're going to find out tonight.
Years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to drive the number.
Virginia just flipped for Harris, not by a lot, but by half a point. Lead 66% of the votes in. Arizona, almost a full point up for Harris. PA, Trump still has it. Wisconsin, he still has it. Harris still has 1.5 points for Michigan. Still a lot of votes haven't come in. Okay.
Michigan, some things happening there as well, fast and maybe too. I went over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
They're
is heavily different.
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine. I think it's hard to understand what
Laura,
it
can I ask
actually
you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively
90%.
now to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump.
71%.
To a point that Jesse, the needle, right?
No.
So
Yeah, they do have it for Trump at the end of the day, so we'll see. I do want to remind y'all, hit that subscribe button. Appreciate the fact that I'm live here. Let's see, we are at almost 9:30 p.m. Central. We're gonna stay up as long as it takes. If you appreciate the fact that I'm here following this with y'all, please hit that subscribe button. I really would appreciate your support.
all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, that the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table. And that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants. What will this say, Brett, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
Well, it's the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punching up through Iowa. Everybody was talking about the poll, right?
Yeah.
The Des Moines
another
Register,
mention,
I mean, another chip, right?
I'm being asked in the chat, what kind of coffee do I have tonight? Well, this is the good old Great Value brand coffee, which is the Walmart's coffee.
I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away. This is
let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay, 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 8% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes.
I see Jacob in the chat saying that somebody has to get me some Maxwell House. I don't like Maxwell House. I don't. Folgers, yeah, okay. Folgers is good. Maxwell House, that's a no for me.
Problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
I would think.
And
Sorry.
yeah, here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's
Ever.
right.
I mean, all he's had thrown at him, I'd be in an insane asylum.
I think there's
think I should?
it's an interesting rhetorical trick you can always play with these things. When Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him. And in spite of that, he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it's because of what they did to him. And it turned out it's not just in spite of it. Like yes, he's a tough guy. He's
That's a great point.
energetic, but it
That's
could
what I'm
be
saying, it
because
contributed.
of
Yeah.
Overdone.
Well, also,
Kill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
The Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains to blue-collar workers and people that we came from that we had seen in 25 years or maybe even longer. So from the border to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, It will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him
Don't call it a comeback.
To get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win and the numbers hold up and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse winning coalition.
Feel free to send me some coffee if y'all happen to see on there in the chat. Feel free to do it. You can reach out to me, reasonandtheology@gmail.com, and I'll give you the address to send it to.
How's their posture going to be towards a seemingly...
I won't turn down coffee, okay? I'll certainly accept coffee gifts.
by the greatest comeback we've ever seen.
So
we shall see.
Yeah, so we may have this conversation several
You
hours
said
from
it,
now.
but listen, Prime. I call you the Primes now. 7, 8, and 9.
What am I?
The Avengers.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Michigan is about to flip for Trump. She basically has just a little above a half a point, 21% of the votes in. She's going to lose Michigan soon. That's about to flip. But then we saw Virginia and Arizona flipped for Harris. Not by a lot. That's neck to neck. 67% of the votes in for VA. 48% of the votes in for Arizona. So that's pretty close.
2024 Fox Nation Patriot Awards.
I guess we got an ad on Fox here. Joining from Australia, Steve says, early predictions. Well, we've seen New York Times predict that Trump is going to win. So far, he is in the lead. So we'll see. We'll see. The states where Kamala is in the lead, it's not by a lot. As you can see, it's only by a hair. Those could easily flip for Trump very quickly and soon. So we'll see. Hang tight on that. But some of these states that you would consider red states right now are blue. So that is a little concerning. Josh says Trump will win with 281. Let's see if you get it right. Wild Hunt says this is stressful. Mahovo says New York Times is now forecasting that Trump will win all 7 swing states. Steve says, I hope so. Kamala's pushing of child gender transitioning and late-term abortion is sickening. Agreed. Okay, looks. Okay, so Arizona just flipped back for Trump, not by a lot, 0.2 points. So not a full point even. 49% of the votes are in. Harris is about to lose Michigan, as you can see. And might lose Virginia as well. At that point, we're going to see nothing but red here, which would be nice. We haven't seen that yet. 205 to 117. We need to get to 270. Suspect we're about to get some results here. So we're going to find out soon about some developments. So hang tight. Of course, hit that subscribe button if you're just now tuning in and you appreciate Reason and Theology. If you like the content here, do a little bit of everything. Politics, but a lot of catechesis videos, theology videos, apologetics content. So if you appreciate the content here, hit that subscribe button and the like button. All right, let's see what's going on with Fox.
What's the mood over there at this point, though, Jackie?
You know, Martha, every once in a while we get this glaring reminder that just over 3 months ago, this was Joe Biden's campaign. Every time we want to get any information from campaign officials, we have to text someone in Wilmington. There aren't any campaign staffers walking around, and that means that often we can't get answers to simple things like how many people are in this crowd? Who's in this crowd? What is their connection to the vice president? Which groups were invited? We've posed these questions to the campaign and not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at 2 big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now, they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come in. Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right.
But Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Thank you so very much.
Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment? And what does it all mean?
Well, the counting hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees. So they've got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here trying to move this count along. They have to verify all of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials...
Seriously, that sounds so incompetent. Are you kidding me?
Abundance of caution. Some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. Last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that are you kidding me? Seriously? Are you serious? It's like leaving your door wide open at nighttime, right before you go to sleep, and you set the alarm, but you leave your door wide open. Huh?
Early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back.
Bruh. B-R-U-H. All right, let's go back to it. All right, half a point lead in Virginia for Kamala, 69% of the votes in, 0.2 points for Harris. With Michigan, 22% in. She's about to lose it. That's about to flip. Pretty much everything else, Trump right now has a lead. We're still at 205 for Trump, 117 for Harris. We need 270 to win. All right. Looks like Georgia is at 87% of the votes are in. North Carolina, 84% of the votes are in, with Trump in the lead there. Hopefully, they're going to call those pretty soon. We'll see.
The
Most
leads
across the
appear to
board.
be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red
On the
side.
red side.
This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You early on questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America.
All right. So a few more points here for Trump, 211 to 117. Fox has just called Iowa for Trump. Michigan just flipped for Trump. Boom. Okay, so almost a full point, 23% of the votes votes in. So I mean, obviously that could change, right? But we've seen consistently all along, Kamala started out really with a very large lead, and then it just consistently went down to the point that now this has flipped for Trump. And it looks like, she's holding on to Virginia right now with almost a full point lead with 71% of the votes in. This one's close. Virginia's close. Yikes. But everything else, he's got a lead, but barely in Arizona right now. Almost, it looks like it's just 0.1% lead with half of the votes in. Boy, VA. Looks like for VA, she's still got a lead, almost a full point. But it's really not by a lot as far as numbers. If you look at the numbers overall, that's like 30,000 votes. She's leading by 30,000 votes right now in Virginia. How many electoral votes do they have? 13. Okay, we're seeing some increases here. Still the same. All right. That one just isn't significantly moving right now. But everything else right now is showing red for Trump. 211 to 117.
You want to be on that campaign tonight if you want to win the campaign. So she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. but it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about
Those of y'all just now tuning in, hit that subscribe button for me. I want to see that people are supporting the channel. Go ahead, hit the sub button, hit that like button.
Why can't you call it? You know, there's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia, then I'll hit Pennsylvania, all right? Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's number one. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing 0.5 point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years.
Just lost a few subscribers right now, no doubt due to this coverage of the election. There are some people who are not happy with the fact that I'm covering this or with how things are going with the election so far. So, hey, hit that subscribe button for me if you appreciate Reason and Theology. Help offset the others who don't appreciate the content.
Close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. It was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near D.C., counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally.
Oh, thank you for that, Justin. He says, appreciate your show, Michael. Thanks for covering so many different topics. Appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Let's see. Again, what's going on here? 211 to 117. So Harris is gaining a little bit more of a lead in Virginia now with 1.5 point lead. 72% of the votes in. Everything else is still holding for Trump. Arizona barely holding for Trump, but it is still red, but maybe that's going to flip. We'll see. Only 49% of the votes are in. Ooh, I don't know. A lot of this is close. It's just so neck to neck with all of these. I mean, look at that. We just got 1 point lead here in Michigan, 2 points in PA, 1 point in Wisconsin, 2 points in North Carolina, not even a full point in Arizona, 3 points in Georgia. It's just all really neck to neck. That's pretty wild to see this. Okay. Zachary says, thank you, Michael, for spreading joy. And not in that Kamala way. Yeah. Did anybody really buy what she was saying with the spreading of joy? I'm quite certain nobody was taking that seriously.
This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call.
Thank you for gifting those memberships. Matthew Schmidt just gifted 5 memberships.
Before they're 52, under your policies, you get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now where we are, who does she only have to win the blue wall just for the sake of the audience to win this? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the blue wall remains what we have.
She
what we
has
focus
one
on.
big path. Yeah, he's
That's
got
the
2
path.
paths, but you got to get one of
Is
those.
that true, Bill?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah, with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer or whatever you say when you get.
But just show how it happens. Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her it would be Nebraska
Virginia?
2. Well, we got to go a long way. So just. It's going to take me a while to get there. Okay. So she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom,
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom.
that's good.
Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow. Okay. Maine,
Nebraska 2.
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So
Got it. So she-
that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But,
I know.
maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona, unless you
Sure.
got something else to do.
Love to go
Let me
there.
go ahead and reset this because there's some
Here we
movement
go.
here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night. And Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County, all right? She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite, all right? But Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day, 2024, and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just want to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even.
Somebody's not having a good night.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there too. This thing could go higher. Anyway,
it's,
back to you
it's
guys.
a little
okay?
outside the margin of error. Okay.
All right, let's go over to Sandra and get a look because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis,
Sure.
Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now.
Hit that subscribe button, y'all. We gotta offset the people who didn't like that we're covering this, who unsubscribed. Hit the sub button and the like button.
40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women, underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
All right. So thank you so much for this. Sean Matthew just gifted 5 memberships. That's awesome. Appreciate you doing that.
She was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Brett. It's a very seismic change.
Which means that if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed at this desk that it does to those 3 blue wall states being her chance of victory on a very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves for these numbers. It's the policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump, and he also, the Biden-Harris people pushed them into Trump's open arms. And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of president if he were to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this way. And you sort of have this feeling that the Hispanic vote is no longer going to be so segmented. It's just the vote, the American vote.
and there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any group, but the traditional faith-based in many ways Hispanic family that is not responding to what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Harold, gender and race, we talked about the outset would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate, reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So you have to rethink this and consider some different strategies. Because as we sit here tonight, Democrats have to be surprised. From what we were told over the last several days about how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming home, this is a very different race.
Hold on one second. David Plouffe said yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states, and said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned and she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7.
He said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that.
All right, so we're saying Fox News calls Maine District 2 for Trump, gave him 1 more point, so 212. Kamala has 119. Maine at large. And let's see. She is still ahead in Virginia by 1.5 points, 74% of the votes in. Trump is ahead, almost 3 points in Georgia with 90% of the votes in. So I think that one's a done deal. Arizona, half of the votes in, still at 0.1 point here. North Carolina, 85% of the votes in, 2.7 points. And then a comfortable lead in Michigan and PA and Wisconsin. But still got a lot of votes that could come in with, especially Michigan. Let's see here. California is, of course, going to go to Harris whenever those come in. Polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern time. So that's going to be in 3 minutes that the polls are going to close on that one. Obviously, that's going to give her pretty significant boost here when it comes to the numbers. So be ready for that when that comes in. But yeah, most of these other numbers aren't really moving in right now, but we're going to see probably some changes here in just a few moments as it's almost 10 p.m. Central. Let's refresh here on Fox News. Okay. Swoosh says, why did they unsubscribe? Some people don't like the politics. But you know what? I want to have some diversity on this channel. Search engine. I think it's important to have that. And so I got a little bit of everything for everyone. Vance and Lofton for 2028. That's hilarious. Let's see. Y'all hit that subscribe button though, because still trying to offset. We're still in the negative from the people who have unsubscribed. Let's see. Will J says they took the ball and went home. That's funny.
Like Google, but it's private and does.
They got some ads going on. Okay. So still 212, 119. Let's see. Nothing has really changed here yet. But I imagine there's going to be some change here in just a moment. At the turn of the hour, that's when we normally see some Fox calling a number of states at that point. So we'll see what they say.
Campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where I would imagine the mood is fairly good.
It is very good, Martha. You know, earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming up to me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They thought it was going to take a few days, and that has completely flipped. And people are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is right now, watching the results come in, the mood there is positive. And I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. You know, we don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. And we have some new guests who have joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So let's welcome them in.
And as we get ready for the top of the hour, we'll make some new calls at 11
first, and then we'll
o'clock.
get right to you guys. Wow, time is going so fast. There we go.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting. The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her Electoral College vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say, we know there's significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former mayor.
All right. So like I said, we knew she would get California. They just called it 216 to 193. So that's a huge jump for Kamala. So she is not far behind. This is, yeah, a little concerning there. All right. So in Virginia, she's up 1 point. 74% of the votes in. Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina. We see Michigan, PA, Wisconsin. Trump is up in all of those, but they haven't called any of those yet. Oh, this is wild. This is wild. She just got a huge boost with that. Goodness.
Having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away. This is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process, and they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying, they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. You may have to deal with it. You may have to deal with it.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We can still do those things. We bring you right into the party to help us do it.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right now.
We do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been
So kind of more of the same right now. 216 to 193, trying to get to 270. Right now, Trump is in the lead, but not by a whole lot compared to before. A lot of these states right here, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Trump is in the lead, as you can see, not by a whole lot in some. And there's still plenty of votes that need to be brought in Michigan and Arizona. Harris is in the lead by 1.5 points in VA. 25% of the votes left. Still enough for him to make a comeback there. We'll see. Yeah, it's looking a little tight right now.
Citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being...
Hit that subscribe button if you just now tuned in. I would really appreciate your support.
Talked a lot about helping the working man, and I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda, an agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to.
All right, so Trump is at 216. Kamala is at 193. Looks like we have Kamala up 1.7 points in Virginia. 25% of the vote still left. So those are still coming in. But Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Trump has a lead, a comfortable lead in Michigan, PA, Wisconsin. That's good, especially with Michigan and PA. They started out, I mean, it was Kamala that was significantly higher than Trump. Now, you still got only 30% of the votes counted for Michigan, so that could certainly change. But for PA, you got 73%. So I think that one's going to go to him, as will Georgia, North Carolina, 87% of the votes. But those are just kind of hanging out. Still waiting to get results on them.
Deb Fischer in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family immigrated here from Colombia, and, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he is very much in favor of closing the border.
Yeah, his brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. Garrett Tenney, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio and one in Indiana, that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They dropped out because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fischer. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is, Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win. But this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election. And Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration. And she's.
So this was just posted 10 minutes ago by Benny Johnson.
Here. Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
All right, so let's see what's going on here.
$161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the PAC to keep the Senate majority, $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
And
there.
we're what, one seat away from a majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only what, 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's down, you know,
just getting going a little bit there, right?
Yeah, 14 points. But I mean, that's in line with what has been the expectation.
But listen, if you look at Ohio, it's the similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan. And there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
Election night on.
So y'all hit that subscribe button. And also the like button. That will help with the algorithm and reach more people with the content that you appreciate here. So if you've been benefiting from the content, go ahead and do that. So yeah, 216 to 193 hasn't moved a lot. I mean, I see a little bit of an increase in Michigan, only 30% of the vote. Trump is at 5.5 points up everywhere else except Virginia. 1.7 points in favor of Harris, 76% of the votes in. I mean, they are just very slow at getting this done. All of these states, I mean, they've been here for hours, just slow in getting the counts to come up. Trying to look also through Twitter and see what are some various reactions that are going on right now. Let's see what all people are saying. Okay. So this was just posted. Lex Friedman. Looks like Trump is going to win, potential landslide, leading in every swing state. Let that sink in. Long form podcast for the win. I hope to see politicians from both sides doing 2 to 3 hour genuine human conversations moving forward. Yeah. I think it would have been in Harris's favor if she had, or best interest, I should say, not necessarily favor, but I think it would have been in her best interest if she had done the Joe Rogan podcast. Don't know why she skipped out on that. Well, I think I know why. Let's see. All right, looking also through Twitter here to see if I can grab a few reactions. All right, so Poly Market hits another all-time high for Trump. 83% for Trump, 20% for Harris, for whatever they're worth. All right. Looks like the numbers haven't moved a lot. Michigan, Trump is up just a little bit more, slightly. But as you can see, the percentage of votes in, they're not increasing that much. I mean, it's just really, really slow going. All right, let's get back to Fox News here and see what they're saying.
A lead with 90% in. As Bill talked about earlier, the Atlanta vote, we're still waiting on that, and that could be why the decision desk is holding back there. North Carolina, also 89% in, 136,000 votes. That's starting to get into territory which is tough to close depending on where that vote stands out. The big, obviously, states that we're watching are the blue wall states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 65% and 75% in. But again, the former president leading now, and the question is, how much of that vote showed up for Vice President Harris in the Philadelphia area, the suburbs, the Bucks County areas in Pennsylvania. We also have an update from Wisconsin.
Indeed, we do. Mike Tobin is standing by with an update. This has really been the biggest problem area that we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of these cities, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what you expect.
Well, we're hearing.
Thank you for that super chat. Jacked New York City says, thanks for the election coverage, Michael. Been a fan for a long time. God bless you and your work. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. And this one has been tough for me because, I mean, I've been up since really early this morning, so it's been tough staying up late today. Not that it's really late. This isn't very late for me, but since I got up early, it's late. So I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. I got the coffee. I'm determined to stay awake. So I appreciate that support. Thank you for that. Everybody hit that subscribe button. I lost a few subs for doing this content, and you know, I understand there's some people who are not happy with covering politics or not happy with the results or the angle that I take with it. Okay. But for those of y'all who do appreciate the show, go ahead and show your support.
Have been done 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican observers going, yep, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because it's 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Mike Tobin, thanks. Just an update from our own Chad Pergram, talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest. The House is looking like it very well could flip to the Democrats. A couple of races, Vindman in Virginia. We're not calling that, but they're looking really good. There's a few races in New York here, the Brandon Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems, essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do to hit the marks to flip the House. So that could.
So Harris just went up a little bit more, not by a whole lot, but she's at 2.1 points up, 76% of the votes in for Virginia. But, you know, everything else, Trump is still in the lead, and Michigan, there's an increase there for Trump, but still only 31% of the votes in there. So we're waiting to see some movement here. We're stuck at 216. Come on, let's push it through.
Position 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Kaylee McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care that she was.
No, not enough. Absolutely not.
But I'll just say,
Take a look
I'm
at
from one of
this.
these swing states.
I just came across this. Little unrelated, but this looks like it's going to be interesting. Sneeko versus Rabbi Shmuley. Evidently, you just ran into him. Let's see what's going on.
Absolutely not. You know I'm free Palestine. I don't support anything you do. I think you're a disgrace. This is for Trump right now. I don't want to have this discussion. I don't need to speak to you.
I'm a disgrace?
Yeah, I think everything you stand for is a disgrace.
Oh, me? You know who I am?
Yes, of course I do.
Hey, he knows who I am.
Of course I do. Yeah, it's all bad PR. I see what you've done with your daughter.
What is it about me that you don't like? Is it this?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Did you just
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. He's not talking to you.
You need this guy to defend you?
You think I need it? You think I need anybody?
That is pathetic.
Do you think I need somebody to defend me from you?
Pathetic. You see these anti-Semites, the biggest cowards on earth. He asks.
Then look me in the eye when you talk to me.
He asks
Then
a
look me in
big,
the eye.
strong guy
Who asked him?
if he needs to be canceled. Okay? Well, that's a disgrace.
Do you think I need anybody
Tell
to?
him that I can talk to you man to man. He doesn't
I don't need to
sit
tell
there
him
hovering
anything.
over me. Okay?
Why are you yelling at this protest right now?
Because do not ever have your
You don't tell me what
bodyguards
to do.
threaten me. You got me?
Nobody threatened
got
you.
Me?
You cry at us, they
Who
strike
did
you.
it? Everyone
Cry at us,
heard
they
it.
strike you.
Shmuley is always doing this. Can you just have a discussion?
Want me to cancel him? What does cancel mean? Beat me up, shoot me, kill me? What
You
does
asked me a
cancel
question.
mean? What does it mean? I don't know what you have. What's in there? What does cancel mean? How dare you? Here, nothing. You know what it is? I'm not afraid. I'll show you. Here, I got a phone. I got glasses there. And an extra battery. You show me what you got in there. You won't open it, will you? Do you want me to cancel? Anti-Semites are cowards. Cowards, Jew haters. You guys are the biggest
You
cowards.
support genocide. How am I accountable? I'm looking you in the eye. You can't look in the eye.
You support genocide.
Who supports
You
Hamas?
support the slaughter of the Jewish people.
I do.
You are nothing but
Okay. You asked me a
disgrace
question.
to that
I support a
flag.
slaughter.
That flag is liberty.
Okay,
That
is it-
flag is freedom.
America
You
first has
are
nothing to do with
about-
Israel.
You are about anti-Semitism,
Am I?
racism.
Am I?
You are about bigotry.
Yeah.
You are all about, what is it?
The Zionists have no part of the Make America Great Again movement. You need to get out. We don't want to fund your country. We are no part of you. America first cannot happen until we get out of
Wait a
there.
second, I'm American.
Why don't you go to
You don't
Israel?
want Jews being American,
Why don't you go to Israel?
Where did you come? Where did your
I'm born in America.
So am I.
Why don't you go to
So
Israel?
am I.
If you support
because
Israel, go to
Jews-
Israel.
Because Jews have no place in America, right?
No, of course.
You would deport
Of course
us
they
if
do.
you could. You know what?
Who do you have
Maybe-
allegiance to?
Maybe you would do a
Answer
lot
my question.
worse.
Answer my question. Who do you have allegiance to?
I have allegiance to that flag that you are
Okay.
disgracing.
Why do you come here with
right
an Israel
this
flag?
Second.
Why do you come here with an Israel
Well,
flag?
right now, I would.
I saw you with an Israel flag.
Of course, I love Israel. It's
Okay.
America's
So
greatest
go to
ally.
Israel.
Absolutely.
Greatest ally. What do they give us?
Let me ask you.
What does Israel give us?
What
Good
does
question.
what does Israel give you?
Yeah.
The most essential intelligence about whether or not we're going to be attacked.
Bombs.
What we give Israel gives us is
Then what
democracy
happened on
and freedom
9/11?
in the Middle East.
What happened on
Freedom in
9/11?
the Middle East. You tell me what happened.
Yeah,
did
best
the Jews do it?
intelligence.
Did the Jews do it?
Of course.
The Jews did 9/11.
Of course Israel did 9/11.
Listen to this Jew
Of
hater.
course Israel did
Listen
9/11.
to this disgusting Jew
Disgusting.
hater. What else did we do? Did we kill ourselves?
I don't know. You started a dildo business with your daughter is what you did.
Yeah,
You started a dildo business with your daughter.
By the way, he has the friends and family discount, everybody.
Disgusting.
Let me tell you
You're
something.
disgusting. You call me disgusting. You sell dildos with your daughter.
Let me tell you something.
You sell dildos with your
No,
daughter.
No, sir.
I saw you
No,
dance
sir.
on a
No,
child
sir.
at a wedding.
No, sir.
You
No,
twerk
sir.
on
No,
children.
Sir. Well, you believe
You have a
that
mom and
Jews
pop
are
shop with your daughter.
murderers, killers.
Do I? When did I say that?
Did we kill? You said we did 9/11.
When did I say that? I said
You
Israel
it
did
now.
9/11.
Did
Israel
it?
did. Of course
What's
you
your
did.
proof?
Of course I.
What's your proof?
It's fingerprints
You
all
hate
over.
Jews. Give me one thing.
Do you want me to answer your question
Say
or
one
no?
thing. Yes, go ahead. One
Okay, the
fingerprint.
dancing
Yes.
Israelis celebrating there. The Israelis loved it. You
The
celebrated when they won.
Palestinians were the ones celebrating. What are you
They were?
talking
Where's
about?
your evidence of that?
Which city? We have all
In
the
Jersey
videos.
City. In Jersey City, you can see you on the van.
Palestinians were
The
dancing.
Palestinians.
That is
Okay,
correct.
they change countries
That's
every day
your
then.
fingerprints?
Yes.
By the way, Israelis, you said Israelis. Jersey City is Americans. Where are the fingerprints that Israel did 9/11? Why am I even debating this?
I don't know. You came up to me. Nobody came up to you.
Anti-Semitic.
I don't know. You came over to me. I didn't come over to you.
You're the one who threatened me with your bodyguard.
I threatened you.
I'm not afraid of you.
I threatened
will
you.
never fear
You
you.
cry at us and
You
strike you.
think that
Who threatened
Jews
you?
will ever be
I
afraid
threatened
of
him.
him? He has to bring his big, tough, burly bodyguard. And by the way, as a fine African-American gentleman, what are you doing with a racist anti-Semite like
A
that?
racist.
What would
I'm
you
a
be
racist.
doing with a guy that would take black
You're a
Jews
cartoonish representative.
and have
I love
them thrown
Jews.
out?
You make Jews in America look
You
bad.
love Jews?
I
You
love
just
Jews.
said that we did 9/11.
I said Israel did. There's a difference
What
between
is Israel?
Zionists and Jews.
Is Israel the Jewish state?
It's the difference
Is
between
Israel the
Zionists and
Jew-
Jews.
Is Israel the Jewish
It's a
state?
genocidal state.
It's a genocide.
It's a genocidal
What is
state.
Hamas? Freedom fighters?
It's not a state.
What is Hamas?
Are you stupid?
What is Hamas?
Are you stupid?
What is Hamas?
They're freedom fighters.
This guy,
They're defending.
I knew it.
They're defending.
Baby killers, freedom fighters.
Baby killers. What
Rapists,
babies did they kill?
Freedom fighters.
Ben Shapiro was wrong. There's no evidence of
You know
this.
what amazes me?
What is
Fine
it?
African American man.
A lot of
He this guy hates you. You
Do I?
don't get that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What do you think about African Americans?
Well, I am African American.
Oh, really? But you
I'm
said,
part black.
but you just said,
I'm part black.
I hate black people. God forbid. Blacks and Jews are brothers. So do I. So do I. He calls you an African American. He'll tell you to go back. Why did you tell him to go back?
He was born here. What are you talking about?
So was I. Why should I go?
You're the only one
Should I
who
go?
has allegiance to another country. You should fuck off to Israel. If you have allegiance to this, you can't be with an Israel flag.
No allegiance. We did 9/11.
He doesn't have a flag of Africa on him. He doesn't have a Haitian flag. You came here with an Israel flag.
Jew hatred.
Who hates Jews?
Anti-Semitism.
We know you.
We know who you are. Look at this. Another lady. Are you about? Are you about? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You see? What are you? What are you? You see? You guys see? I'm always alone. Look at how these guys think. They always need a
No one's
wingman.
threatening you.
He needs a wingman.
Well, one-on-one.
They always need wingmen. They always need bodyguards and wingmen. I'm not afraid of you. In fact, I believe you're a good person. Don't hang out with this guy. Come on, you're better than that.
Okay.
You're better than that.
There you go,
This
creating
man-
division.
This man
Trying to create division.
He hates Jews.
Yeah.
He hates blacks. Listen to this.
You are a clown. You're an embarrassment on the Jewish community, genuinely.
And this is,
Yeah.
you work with Mohammed Hijab? Mohammed Hijab is a terrorist.
He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist.
Mohammed Hijab is a terrorist. Absolutely.
Okay.
He is being investigated for his.
All right, so that's the end of the clip, and that's all we need anyway. All right, that was interesting. Okay, see what's going on here. I was being told that there was an update here, but I'm not seeing it yet. 216 to 193. Virginia, Kamala's got 2-point lead. Everything else looks relatively the same. Michigan went down a little bit for Trump. Not by too much. But yeah, I'm not seeing the updates that people were saying are there in the chat. You know, I see B guys versus how come Google says Trump is at 230. I think they, you know, different groups call states at different times. So you probably were watching a different outlet that has called them, and Fox News hasn't called them yet. So yeah, Fragwagon says he was watching that Sneeko video on silent. Yeah, basically. Yeah. not a bad idea. All right. Let's see. Looks like Fox News is in a commercial right now, so stay tuned. I'm also looking for some updates on Twitter while doing all of this. Trying to multitask here, juggling a lot of stuff. Looks like Rabbi Shmuley's all over Twitter right now. I don't know what he's saying. Probably related to that conversation with Sneeko. Okay, what is this? New York Times says Trump has an 88% chance to win the election. Fresh high. So yeah, wow. So likely 88% likely for Trump, according to the New York Times. Well, we'll see. Right now I'm still showing 216 to 193. Let me see what else I can find on Twitter while we're waiting on some updates here. Y'all hit that subscribe button. I really would appreciate that support. Let's see, multitasking here. So one man show. So I have to do the research while also being live and talking while also trying to scroll through and find some updates. So hang with me here. Okay, let's see if there's any changes. Oh, wow. For Virginia, she's going up a little bit more. She's almost at 3-point lead with 79% of the votes in. They are really slow in getting their votes in over in Virginia. Okay, let's get back here to Fox News. See if there's any developments.
Okay, let's bring in our panel. Joining us now, Kayleigh McEnany, Richard Fowler, and Katie Pavlich, and our three steady Eddies over to my right. Who we're not letting we've chained them. They're not going anywhere. They're with us for the
chained
evening.
actually to the desk.
Exactly.
Physically chained. We're very sorry. Hopefully it's loose enough for you.
Allowed breaks occasionally. But so, Richard, welcome. Good to have you here.
Good to be here.
How are you feeling about how things are going? Obviously, we've seen this memo from the campaign that says that they are considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow. Can you answer to that at all?
Look, I think we all knew this was going to be a long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these votes. I think what you're seeing from the memo that was released by General Mally Dillon just a couple moments ago sort of speaks to that, and that, you know, we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last time I checked before I came in here, I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on this blue wall to win this campaign. So they're going to wait until those votes are counted. And I think at this point, nobody can spike the football until all the American people have their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground states.
Exactly.
And Sean Hannity may have.
Sean is the exception to the rule.
But he wasn't worried about the fact that there weren't actually in yet.
The best is when he said, I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis.
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal, the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups. And that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kayleigh, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, they say, well, we know, and we've seen all of this, what we watch is, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips, this holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? For years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering, that inflation, A, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high, but their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to say.
Katie, I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded.
Did Harris go up a little more? Sure did. 198. New Mexico called for Harris. 198 to 216. It's pretty close. She has almost a 4-point lead with Virginia, but everything else, Trump has a lead. Goodness, but we haven't seen really anything on this side move in quite a while.
He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, convicted and he also lost this civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could play.
But you know the sense, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think, again, it's one of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far. It's because of what they did, right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah,
You're going to make a quick call.
They completely dropped the felon argument. Like, you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there many.
All right, so Trump is now up to 232 because he just got North Carolina. %90 of the votes have come through. Almost 3-point lead. So they went ahead and called it at Fox News. 232 to 198. 270 needed to win.
In recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign.
Y'all hit that subscribe button and the like button
As well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they've got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told them just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Wait, so Harris doesn't even know she's going to attend her own rally? What?
Let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris.
Not good. 211 to 232. She just won Virginia. We saw it. She's had that lead 4 points. And 82% of the votes are in. Everything else, though, we're seeing Trump.
One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half. And we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize on that. So as we talk about reconstituting our party, that's some of the things we're going to have to do. And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
But don't you think he's done that? Don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition.
All right, so 90, New York Times has Trump at 91% of winning at this point. So it sounds like Harris's path to victory is very difficult, and the odds are slim.
At the time feels the same way. And people look at that and say, We don't.
Okay,
He's building a coalition
The
that
only
actually
thing
works.
I'm saying is Brett Baer wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in my 54 years of life. My only point is it will be time to whomever wins. And if it's President Trump, it looks like it might be, it's time to heal and move forward. And I think he'll have to do something. I don't disagree with he's built this coalition, it looks like tonight, but it's going to take more than that. I'm one as a Democrat willing to work with him if he wants to do that, but it's going to take each side wanting to do
We're
it.
going to make a call here. Stand by.
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51-seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah. And we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having.
All right. So 232 for Trump, 211 for Harris. Trump is up in Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Almost 5 points in Michigan. 41% of the votes have been counted. PA, 81% of the votes have come in, almost 4 points up. Wisconsin, almost 4 points up. 73% of the votes have come in. Trump, Arizona, almost by half a point. 50% of the votes have come in. Georgia, almost 2.5 points. 93% of the votes have come in. So, I guess they might be able to call that one pretty soon. 232 to 212.
Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation, the Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's
And
also
this happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that
So Republicans have gained Senate control. Y'all hit that subscribe button. Just lost a few more people. They don't like the politics coverage. So for those of y'all who do like it, show your support. Hit the subscribe button.
At midterm cycles about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which is looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you got to start thinking about that. That's a political calculation you can solve, on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this. The word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race. 50.3 to 46.9.
Incredible.
Now,
Wow.
these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues, energy. All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this continues.
Antero says you wouldn't be losing subscribers if you watched a more neutral news source like CNN. I don't know these days if people are being, if they're joking or if this is actual reality and they're really saying that. I can't tell these days. You know Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory? I'm basically Sheldon. I can't tell if people are joking. Antero says I'm joking. I can't tell. That's the thing. And everybody else could tell. I can't tell. Maybe because I see wild things every day in the comment section that you just couldn't possibly think are real, and yet it's real. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. I need somebody to hold up a sarcasm sign, though.
That comes from exercising these rights well. The founder.
Like Sheldon from The Big Bang, they have to hold up a sarcasm sign so that they know he knows they're being sarcastic. I can't tell otherwise. It's just, how are we supposed to know? I've seen it all. I've heard it all. And people were serious when they said the wildest things to me. And so I don't know anymore. I don't know. Y'all hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. I'm waiting, y'all. I'm staying up till we get to that 270. Or unless we know that we're not going to be getting it tonight. One of the two. Michigan, he's up 5.3 points. 43% of the votes have come in. Hanging on to Arizona, almost half a point. Georgia, 2.3. Wisconsin, 3.9, so almost 4 points. Pennsylvania, 83% of the votes have come in, 3.60. So, I mean, I think he's going to take Pennsylvania, Georgia. Those will be hopefully called soon, as well as Wisconsin. Obviously, with Michigan and Arizona, there's some room for Kamala to wiggle her way into them. But as they're saying, it looks unlikely that she's going to win, and more likely that Trump is going to take the victory home. But we're just waiting to find out.
Able to call yet, and we're waiting for some big calls momentarily. We're still looking at some of these Senate races. We're still looking at Milwaukee, of course. We're waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, a number of these big battleground states.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look out in Arizona, where it is very tight early. It's about half in. Georgia now seems like it's getting close to being baked here. 93% in, 50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what the night's all about, right? How do you get to 270? And if you punch around on the map and just see the margins, I'm just going to do something, okay? I'm not getting ahead of anything here. But I want to tell you, as it stands right now, if you were to call this entire thing, okay, you know, Harris at 216, Trump at 232. And, you know, if I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News decision desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see, the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay. So rudely interrupted, Bill Hemmer, by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. Still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. And he's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts low. It's okay. We'll take our time on that, all right? It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is, 0.4 percentage points, Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now.
So I mean, they're pretty confident that, you know, Trump is going to win this, and pretty much everyone else that I've seen is basically speculating Trump is going to win and Harris, you know, doesn't really have a path here. People are evidently leaving her rally. There was debate on whether or not she was even going to attend her own rally. That's so weird. So, I mean, even if you lose, shouldn't you be there to thank the people for supporting you? What kind of loser does that? So we'll see if she does actually attend.
Campaign headquarters that has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former
Y'all from
president. So all around, all the signs are indicating.
Y'all from Shreveport? Go to bed. Y'all from Shreveport? It's an hour and a half away. Shreveport.
Any state that anybody here wants to talk about, that's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids
Okay.
say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to
Harris
Vice President
headquarters.
Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources believe that her path is narrowing so much that it would be very difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed. Even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, you know, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out here about who might be greeting them later or even when. So we will update you when we find out more about that. But someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now. But she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted and maybe give them, everyone waiting, sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pit camera.
Said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but
That
there's
was
this
pretty
big
funny.
gap
She said, yeah.
in the grass
They're
over there.
leaving.
This was
Yeah.
filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night the reason that there were 2 stages is because there was a remote location where a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that is going to be utilized tonight because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But who knows who's going to be around for it? We also don't know who this. Go ahead.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that. If I could make that transition.
Really well done.
It didn't really work.
Jackie
Didn't really work that way.
Jackie's too young.
Jackie was spellbound by that one. Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the
the second assassination attempt. We were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump is.
I want to know, are we going to see part 2 of
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States.
What a great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald. With a gracious aid.
I am so sorry to my world. I am so sorry to my world. This is not what we want.
We will face challenges.
There's so much potential
but we will get the job done.
for beauty and for devastation. In this one moment, it's almost incomprehensible that they can exist right now. So.
Subscribe to Reason and Theology for more great content.
Donald J. Trump is now president of the United States.
What a great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald.
This has got to be my favorite meme. There's nothing better than that. I mean, this is just. Are we going to see a part 2 from her? That's what I want to know.
Sean may be right. Maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by senator anymore. So.
Y'all hit that subscribe button. Some more people don't like that we're covering politics. So help offset the people who have unsubscribed. Y'all hit the subscribe button and the like button.
House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they've just had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is a decisive victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this, is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down tonight.
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump when it's politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
You know, the other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that it's people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue if you're a single issue voter. But if you looked at all of the polls that said it was down below, it wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, et cetera. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Brett, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
We can go back a number of years into all the false alarms, all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president, and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around terms like Nazi and authoritarian and all the rest of it. The people in the end didn't buy it. I'll also say this, we ought to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential candidate I've ever seen. She was absolutely the weakest. And one of the reasons why they didn't do some of the things related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think, is that they had a candidate who really couldn't pull it off.
Right.
You know, she didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you had an interview with her, and he came up with one fairly evident question that you asked her that about, you know, when she first figured out that Biden wasn't all there, and she completely booted it. What are you going to do with somebody like that if you're a campaign advisor?
And I wonder
what limit to what you can do, don't you think, Martha?
I mean, I wonder what Nancy Pelosi is thinking tonight, and Chuck Schumer, who went over to Biden's residence and said, look, this is over. And Joe Biden is the reason that Kamala Harris is the candidate, because in one posting on social media, he dropped out. In the next one, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a mini primary dissolved right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again, we've not declared any of this, and we want to be careful. It looks as if this is heading in a certain direction. I don't disagree with a lot that has been said. I recall not long after Brett's interview with the vice president, I believe she went on a rival network, and the first question that was asked of her was, "What's the first piece of legislation you'd like to get passed?" And she punted the question, saying she just wanted to be bipartisan. How you don't say border security? How you don't say I want to reach out to Republicans and figure out how if you Roe v. Wade, I want it restored. Something substantive, positive that's consistent with your message or consistent with where the country wants to go. Again, I don't want to write anybody's political obituary here, or presidential race obituary until the race has been declared. But I do hope that if it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I had not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892 reference. You're likely very right. The political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of your friends. He said, made me call him Mr. Chairman also this evening. But we have to be gracious in the moment. And I hope, Kelly, and there will be Democrats who will want to reach out to President Trump and reach out to Republicans in the Senate. And we'll see what happens with the House. But Again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't.
but
And there is a
headed in-
caveat, but
sending-
we're Bill Hemmer, we're waiting on Georgia.
Yep.
Right?
Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania,
and
we're
you-
waiting on
you-
Wisconsin, we're waiting on Michigan.
you
But
can ask.
why Georgia, do you think?
Let me pop on down there. Had a nice little pretty map set up for you guys.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I can come back to it. All right. So here's Georgia. All right. And here is the remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in Atlanta in the Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham. Okay. Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the vote still remaining as well. We're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but.
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check
no, it's
in.
okay. No, what I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, this only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not, that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the Southwest while I got you guys. And let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while too. But look, if you ask this question, the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
So we're waiting on them to call some more here.
As the results come in, beginning.
232 to 216. Michigan, Trump's up 6.40, so 6 points. 51% of the votes are in. Pennsylvania up to almost 3 points. 85% of the votes are in. Wisconsin almost 4 votes. Yeah. Or 4 points with 80% of the votes in. Georgia 2 points with 93% of the votes in. And Arizona almost a point with 50% of the votes in. I don't know why they can't call Georgia. I guess there's still enough that she could somehow win it. Same for Pennsylvania and maybe Michigan. So we're waiting on them to call it. Right now it's kind of close, but they're saying her path to winning is incredibly unlikely. So even though the numbers look close, 232 to 216, for her to be able to get to 270 is incredibly unlikely from what people are saying. But we're waiting for it. I want to see them call it. So All right, let's get back to Fox, see what they're talking about.
In dogs, and it starts working in just.
Well, they have a commercial right now. I'm also trying to go through Twitter and see if there's any updates there. Let's see what Cenk is saying.
Having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina?
76.
76% reporting you're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah, by the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong. Having said that,
Some are asking what happened in 2016. Well, 2020, I believe, right? Isn't that what y'all are asking about, 2020? Biden 306, Trump 232. 2016. Well, it doesn't show the results here on this one. So I don't see it offhand. If y'all have the electoral votes results for 2016, put it in the chat. But yeah, Cenk is not very happy, evidently. So the Young Turks. Yeah. All right. So we're just kind of stuck here, you know? These aren't really moving. There's not a whole lot of stuff coming in. So we're just waiting on them to submit their votes.
There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind, and they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. And there's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision, and ultimately it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We'll get a look at that and see where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear?
Y'all make sure to hit the subscribe button and the like button.
Yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Oh, thank you, Pete.
Thank
There's
you.
probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but something. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan, white Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow.
That's a big difference in Michigan.
Difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Karl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we
Same
began.
one.
It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit changed. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all 4 of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America, increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this, but we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was, some conversation over how much of a remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. Two things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right? Where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris's direction, and barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be, or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be, that turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we've said, where we've looked at a number and seen 90% of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned out to be grossly off. I will say this, though. I do want to follow up on one thing. Think about all that she had to face. This is an abysmal number when it comes to the approval of the sitting president. No party has elected a president when their sitting incumbent had as low a job approval as this president had. Take a look at the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction. And she represents the party in power. To me, it's it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given
the party, the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight, again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like, Biden?
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britt and Carl have made the point. I think 3 things. I listened to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even Black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in a country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about the suburban areas, in some places he wasn't performing, and you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing and little girls sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think they ever we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So it'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who, Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that, called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that it has made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania. Bill, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because there's a lot to be said over here.
All
in
right.
this
So
figure. Go ahead.
Pennsylvania, we're still looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also looking at the national popular vote,
Yeah.
which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay. So where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay. So hold on that moment here. Okay. There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here. And really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin Wyden out there, Mitt. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Centre County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Centre County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting.
you, Bill.
We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walsh campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Walsh party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. and go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, you know, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some
Up
movement.
over 6 points. Yeah, up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there. And we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, wow. Yeah, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right, because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you'll have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, or sorry, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump.
Boom.
This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia,
16 electoral votes.
Time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at electoral college vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
Yes.
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election. This is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw,
Kitty is over here dying for my attention, and I guess he wanted to make his first appearance on the Michael Lofton show. So here he is. So he's hanging out with me. All right, let's continue.
we had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall?
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan in particular as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or two. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but.
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. We're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is we think why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour.
Y'all go ahead and hit that subscribe button, especially for Kitty. Do it for Kitty, or at least do it for Peanut. Y'all been following that story about the squirrel that they put to death, Peanut? Do it for Peanut. Hit that sub button.
I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. That does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you?
To answer your question, does Kitty have a name? We took so long in trying to figure out what his name was that we went ahead and decided to name him Kitty. Because that's what we were calling him for so long. So his name now is Kitty. I guess we can make it Mr. Kitty to make it a little bit more formal.
It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit. So,
I mean, we've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren? Bryn?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. You know, the FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, you know, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think that's, I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but.
It was a, what would we go here?
It's part of her hope,
It
right?
went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
It's left out. How much is
Yeah.
It's 99% in or 90? What did you say?
90,
99%.
statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, you know, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, you know, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, you know, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it, the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but you know, it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, you know, what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask. Exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
There you go.
rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you
Wow.
have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a
Darren.
lot.
coming
Good job.
by.
Great
Very
job.
nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's
That
check
is
in with
so
Aisha Hassi at the
ridiculous.
Trump campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Well, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Cough drop.
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. So we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw. And I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah. Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily.
So that's ridiculous that Minnesota just stops counting for the night. How embarrassingly ridiculous has our system become or is? This obviously needs to be modified. There should be no, oh, we're going to sleep for the night, we'll figure it out tomorrow. Ridiculous. Are you serious? No. You need to count it now. You need to stay up and count it now. You know why? Because you have to do it for Peanut.
What a nasty woman. For Peanut.
Let's go. That thing killed me when I saw that earlier today for Peanut.
I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going
Thank
to go
you
ahead
for
and
that
use the
super
slide
chat,
bar and just-
Ramses. He says for the
Okay,
hardest
8
working
years
man
ago,
on
when He's running
YouTube.
against
Thank you.
Hillary Clinton. This is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? It wasn't, oh my gosh, it was 0.3 of a point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. And we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? The path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number of 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there is now reporting here. In Michigan, the blue wall, 6.3. So that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhat, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. Maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here And, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what?
Y'all hit that subscribe button for me if you're just now tuning in and you haven't subbed.
Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly, just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Karl? Right now, a point, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in. But Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York
How
Times
high?
needle is
Wow.
now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He is, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours. But Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour. And if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes. So still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown watch party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us. And we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California is just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way. And the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment. And I think that the likelihood, as we've pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there is even recrimination.
All right, we are past midnight here, still waiting to find out the results. If y'all want me to stick around, I need y'all to hit the subscribe button and the like button. Otherwise, I'm going to sleep and we'll just do a morning stream. But if you want me to hang out here until we get the results, I need you to do your part. Hit that subscribe button and the like button for me right now.
Going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought it was really an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I
think
don't
that
know.
The exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not
and
exaggerating.
about the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've talked a lot about it. And the campaign,
clearly. I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
I don't know. That's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strat.
Can we just stop it with this? Can we just stop it with this? It's not because she's a woman. It's not because she claims that she's black. Who knows the truth at this point? It's not because of any of that. Stop it. Stop. It's because, first of all, she's not clear about what her policies are. Nobody really wanted her to begin with. And also because some of the things that she is clear that she wants to maintain and push for, Roe v. Wade, people aren't going for it. And they also saw the disaster with what she did with the border. She's been in office for 4 years, hasn't really accomplished anything. And they want to change. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with race or gender. Stop it with this.
To great success in this country.
Carl.
I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? I think that the
Increased Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan. With all due
You're
respect.
distorting my comments. But let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its
Carl, hang
logical
on.
conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
You suggested it's only
I'm
a
saying
quarter
to you,
of black
no,
men
I'm
would do it.
saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men.
Let's see what's going on over here. Let's take a look at what's going on over here with this.
Excuse me. Were you an election worker?
Yes.
Are you guys leaving now?
Yes.
Are you guys done counting ballots or?
No.
Oh, so people are still counting. Your shift is over now, then?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much longer you think they might be? You know how much like ballots?
They're
you
gonna
guys-
put another shift in coming in for the overnight.
for overnight.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll find out pretty soon what that is about. Let's see here. Let's take a look at what's going on so far. 248 still to 216 with Trump up. Nevada, PA, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
6 points in Michigan with 63% of the votes in. PA, 90% of the votes in. But we're seeing some trucks pull up. 3.4 points there. Hopefully this doesn't radically change. If he wins this, it's, it's kind of a done deal. Don't know when we're going to find out, though.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
All right, so they're in a commercial right now. We're going to stay tuned and find out what's going on. Y'all hit that like button and the subscribe button for me if you don't mind. I'm also going through Twitter, seeing what all is going on there, if there's any news. Lanson says this is going to be fun. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little nervous about the truck situation. Greetings from Austria. No Thought says, hey, good to see you. How's it going? Well, most are predicting that this is going to be a victory for Trump. We're just waiting for actual confirmation of that. So that's kind of what we're hanging out for at this point. If y'all want me to hang out for that, if not, then I'm going to sleep because it is 12:20 over here. But if you want me to keep going, you hit that subscribe button and the like button. All right, let's see what's going on here. With Fox News, I think they're going to be coming back here in just a moment. Trump 248, Harris 216.
All right. right, we are back, and that is the jubilant scene. Everybody seems pretty happy at Trump headquarters, and what we're seeing is movement from the Mar-a-Lago Trump group, including former President Trump, who is in a very good position to be the next president this evening as well, is heading over to the Trump headquarters, where there are a few thousand people who have gathered for this evening. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Obviously, when he shows up there, we will take you there live.
Well, those guys had two Make America Great hats on.
I saw someone with a
front,
really
one
large
back.
one. Yeah.
As we look now at
Oh,
we
there it is.
have Pennsylvania. Is this a call, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, just called.
We are now projecting that Donald J. Trump will win
Called.
the state of
19
Pennsylvania.
votes.
Former President
267. He
Donald J.
needs
Trump
3
will
more
win
votes.
The state of Pennsylvania, and
Boom.
thereby he is on his way to becoming the
Wow.
47th president of the United States. With this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892.
Yeah, I don't think that, Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000
No
feet.
path for Harris.
What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor, he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also,
Y'all hit that subscribe button. Y'all hit the sub button and the like button.
quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it, all of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically you can just write America off, like America's just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as they said they were going to. this is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has
For
a
peanut,
huge
y'all.
to-do list. Biden and
peanut.
Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was
3 more.
she broke it.
We need
I
3
will
more
fix it.
points
And
for
she
peanut.
talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President, Harold, and it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's a single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He connected with voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters. And Democrats said he didn't talk about them in the most full-throated way, he didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way, didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way, but he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare it here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah,
I think what this proves is all the gaslighting that media threw in our faces, all the gaslighting, all the lies, it backfired. And people vomited all of that out. They rejected it. They didn't want it. And they went with the candidate who was constantly being vilified, slandered, lied about, and had multiple assassination attempts. That shows you in future elections, don't do this. Don't do this. Try to be fair and try to just deal with the issues and don't try to demonize the other.
To win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting
Charlie,
and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat, to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his term,
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again. And yet, in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now, very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, you know, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, you know, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a
Yeah, I was
Ukraine
there last
deal
week.
that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do in the
You're
wake
going to
of
love
this?
this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight, too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years and, in a way, reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500 because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But
court for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way.
Right.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the
and then
same
she's flunked
affliction
out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in
She's the same
2024.
person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
And in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But we need to be clear, we're a great country.
Pennsylvania is going nuts.
You did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President
Yeah,
Trump. As he
it
gets
really
ready
is.
to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we've talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if he chooses to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you got to wonder how many people are alive to hear.
Oh, they're there.
I-
And he's
Yeah,
definitely
his
there.
A lot of
audience is
people are
there,
still
but
up.
The question is how much of the national TV audience is.
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, you know, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision. And decisions clear the way for harmony and peace.
You know,
maybe it's
But listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than
Absolutely.
any other election.
I have one of them.
And if you,
A lot of- yeah.
passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day. But this is a chance to move forward, Brett. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view, when Biden was elected, we had every reason to believe that he would be this sort of moderate deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always followed sort of the drift of his party, but he'd worked across the aisle with many senators, had Republican friends and so on. We thought that would probably be the kind of president he was. And then something happened. Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate. At which point, old Biden started getting, these historical sugar plums dancing in his head, and went out for a very aggressive agenda.
Sure, there were articles about FDR. How he was going to be the next
FDR.
FDR.
Next FDR. He was going to out Obama. Remember that?
Yep.
Well, and that, in my view, that was he would have been if the Republicans had maintained control of the Senate. First thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden early on. Remember, he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will,
he will,
fairly
with Alaska.
shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
All right, so hang tight. We're going to wait around just a little bit longer to see if there are going to be any further updates, but I think it's pretty clear. He's won. It's just now a formality. So hang tight. He's at 267. She's 226. It's clear he's going to win, but got to go through the motions. I'll try to stick around just a little bit longer, but y'all make sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done that. So stay tuned.
soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to
common
jump back.
sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago.
There it is.
And for
There it is.
Democrats, they were projecting
Trump
the
won.
possibility of running the table
We did
for
it, y'all.
battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of
277.
Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is
Suppose
possible
we're waiting at this
that
point on
Donald
Trump to
runs
come
the
out and make
table
a speech.
with these states
Done
and
deal.
builds on
Won.
a big landslide electoral win.
Second
We don't know where
time
the popular
being
vote is
president.
going to finish out.
So he
but we
is
do know
now
that he will be
president
going
of
back
the
to the
United
White House,
States
and with
of
him,
America.
Britt Hume, will be a lot of changes. because
All
he
of
will
those
have been there
tactics
once
that they
and will know what he
employed, all
wants to
the
do.
gaslighting, all
accounts
the
for the fact that he had so much
fake
turnover
media
in his
coverage,
first term,
fake
in his term
reports,
as president, by the
didn't
fact
work.
that he really know Washington and
Didn't
he was
work.
new to this realm that he.
You know who you have
he had
to thank
come
for that in part?
to
Elon
the
Musk.
presidency and
Because a lot of
and he promises us that
information about the
now he knows-
truth
now he knows whom he wants
of
to
these
hire, now he
stories
knows the kind of people he
was
wants to have
available
around him.
only on
A lot of
Twitter.
people are saying that means a lot
Or
of very
mostly on
experienced people
Twitter.
around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will.
And without
But
Twitter,
it's going to be very interesting to see
we
the
would have
kind of
believed
people
what
he
the
reaches
media
out
was
to and
telling
reaches out
us.
for in the days and weeks
So this
ahead
is
as
a
he
big
builds his
deal.
administration.
We're joined by
For
Kayla
Peanut,
McEnany,
y'all, for
Trip Downey,
Peanut.
and Katie Pavlich. Kayla, you've
For
been a part
Peanut.
of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the
Wow. I wonder if
all
Harris
that
is going to
this
say anything
campaign has
tonight.
been
Probably
through.
not.
And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge moment, particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very long time. And that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey
about to
Gowdy said
find
something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope you're right.
I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice. And the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
Who could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House. But he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him. And I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
Britt, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong there?
Well, I think it's going to be, agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that, if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her. And I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment, Harold.
Your
Wow.
thoughts?
This is how our country is
That's
organized, and it's
uncomfortable. By the way, this is the longest stream we have ever done. Coming up on 5 hours. Y'all put in that work today. I'm exhausted. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already.
And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol, and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne?
We'll get to the never Trumpers soon enough and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primaries? I want Donald Trump's policies without his personalities. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him. And I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They got to.
Y'all hit that subscribe button. Drop some super stickers if you can, if you appreciate the stream. Coming up on 5 hours here. Gonna wait just a few more moments and see if maybe Trump comes out and gives a speech. If he doesn't, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, and we'll do a show, in the morning, because it's 1 in the morning right now, and So gonna wait just a few more moments, but yeah, let's see maybe if he comes out pretty quickly, we'll go ahead and push through. If not, we'll just wait till tomorrow. But Trump is now the president of the United States again, second time. Thank you so much, Ramses, that overtime super sticker there. Appreciate that. Y'all send those super stickers. Subscribe button, make sure to hit it, hit the like button, all that good stuff. I would really appreciate the support for the channel.
Spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal, $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can...
So we're waiting to see if he's going to be coming out here in a moment. By the way, check out my Patreon if you want to get access to extra content that's exclusive to patrons only and support the show in the process. Patreon.com/Reason and Theology is where you will go to support the channel. Please consider doing that if you are able. I would really, really appreciate that support. So again, it's the website here, patreon.com/Reason and Theology. Okay, so by the way, thank you, Cactoid Jim, for those gifted memberships. Just gifted 10 memberships to you guys. So that's pretty awesome.
Image and the fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yep.
I mean, the adversity that he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No, I
Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny.
is.
Let's check in with Aisha Hasni. Speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called. And so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan?
No, I also just think it's a shame, because I remember when John Kerry did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump, at Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm at the convention center.
At the convention center, like, let them have their moment without anyone. Like, I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes. And then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of Howard University.
Yes, all of her people were already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that people used to.
They were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said, everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being a very bad split screen. You probably couldn't see it in here, but they're filing out, and he's expanding his folks, and they're all excited for him. Look, I think that Kamala Harris was a sign of the time.
she should have been there to thank her supporters, even though she lost. That's really messed up. By the way, thank you so much for that super sticker. I really appreciate it. Y'all go ahead, send those super stickers or even super chats, whatever you want, and hit that subscribe button.
We get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies. And I think do even better, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So, Vice President.
Yeah, I think you're right. This shows that she doesn't really care about her supporters. She was just playing them for votes. She was as fake as they come, as you could clearly see from some videos I've shown you, even as recent as today. And this further proves that.
And Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point. It's working class, and maybe it's the future. I mean, it's Elon Musk. It is Joe Rogan and podcast. It is, there's an opportunity here on both parties to realign and change.
There are going to be a lot of conversations that go on to that end. Who is the next standard bearer for President? Is it JD Vance? Is he the one who picks up the torch after a 4-year legacy-defining term with the success that Kellyanne's describing? Is it JD Vance that picks it up? There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcast?
Thank you for that super chat here. And Jacob says, thank you for the stream. Let us all give thanks to the Lord. Absolutely. And, they're talking about podcasts here and the influence of podcasts. And I think that was huge. That and Twitter, this traditional media, those days are over. It's going to be Twitter, YouTube. That's going to be where people go to get their information.
For quite some time.
I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, fight, fight. You can't fabricate. No, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee.
But I don't know that
who would have been free.
Well, I gotta play this one. I gotta do it, y'all.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States.
What a great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald. With a gracious aid.
I am so sorry to my world. I am so sorry to my world. This is not what we want.
We will face challenges.
There's so much potential
but we will get the job done.
For beauty and for devastation. In this one moment, it's almost incomprehensible that they can exist right now. So
subscribe to Reason and Theology for more great content. Well, is Trump going to come out? What are we waiting on here?
You're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. and we'll get there. We got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the Carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. And it was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends. And that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Yeah. Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Kaylee, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be, did she have too much time, not enough time? She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally like to thank the women of The View tonight.
Yeah.
For asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you. And so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see a yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person, and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum. And we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent people may be and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View. And a week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama said
and Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
Yeah. I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave. And he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country. And that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone. And I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously, saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think a Donald Trump who goes with his instincts is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls
will
went up.
be the attorney general.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid attorney general.
John Ratcliffe.
You can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will
Mike
be
Johnson.
a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo.
All right, I think they're getting ready. Trump is getting ready to come out from what it looks like. So let's sit tight here for a few more moments and see if we can push through. And if he comes out, we'll go ahead and watch it. Looks like they're getting ready. See some people up there preparing on the stage. So looks like it's going to be any minute now.
Would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to.
Super chat, Vincent. Really appreciate that. Thank you all, by the way, for tuning in and watching, and for all of your support. Thank you for all of y'all who have subscribed, hit the like button, send your super chats, donated memberships. Thank y'all so much for that. Really appreciate y'all. It's an awesome victory.
Hispanic vote, George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue of abortion because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that husbands were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that kind of manipulating, it doesn't win
and
people
narrow casting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris was talking to us from the waist down. And I think Donald Trump was talking to us from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So, I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full. It's as if she doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course people care, but we care about many things.
Let's see if Trump can end the war or the wars with Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine. Let's see if he can put an end to them. He said they wouldn't have happened if he was president. He was very confident that he can end this. Let's see if he does it. You know, I certainly believe that he's more capable of that than Kamala. So let's see if he gets it done. Get her done, Trump. By the way, thank you so much for that super chat here. Dobrauka. Did I say that right? Praise God. Here's hoping for the return to a saner world. Thank you for all you do, Michael. Thank you so much for that kind words, and also for the super chat. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right, let's see what's going on over here.
To the House as they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning of 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I would remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, do you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton? She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in New York and Georgia. Biden shouldn't wait on Donald Trump to end these federal cases. They should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice system to try to win political races.
We are still following these Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Shaul Kramer says, the Lord has shown us such a mercy that we truly do not deserve, with the number of children killed in clinics around our country, but deserve Sodom's fate. Praise Christ for his mercy. Thank you so much. And yes, I absolutely agree with what you're saying there. 100%. All right. So is he coming out?
He was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
And it renews our understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yep.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans in the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Havdi in Wisconsin?
It's another super chat here. Thank you so much for that, AJ. Just wanted to help you out. Kudos to all of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate y'all. Really very grateful for y'all being channel members, subscribers, viewers, supporters. Really appreciate y'all. I'm really excited about this news. You can't tell because I'm exhausted at 1:30 in the morning right now, but it could have gone the other way and we would be like mortified right now. So I'm really excited to see this. And tomorrow, after I've gotten a little bit of sleep, I'll come back and do another stream and I'll be a little bit more energetic.
We've had enough of enough. And I think whatever happened tonight, I was hopeful that we'd have a decisive win and it appears that we're going to have a decisive win, to give the president not only a chance to begin to develop and deliver on a mandate, but to begin the process of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we
Yeah,
may
something's
hear
going
some
on
Rick
here.
Greenwood.
Everybody has their. There he is.
Well, we should.
All right, here it is, y'all.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's listen
Do
in
it.
to
Here comes-
who will be
Y'all
the
hit that
47th
subscribe
president of the
button.
United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American. And the man stand up. Stand up for Peanut, y'all. Do it for Peanut. All for Peanut, y'all. He put in so much work. He put in so much. You know he has to be exhausted right now. He put in so much effort. They tried to kill the guy twice. I mean, he has dealt with everything, the hell and back. And here he is, still standing.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political.
Y'all hit that subscribe button.
Our country has never seen before nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the goal. golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Thank you, Mahovo, for that super chat.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Say something? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. No, he is. You know, he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump,
That is
the
it.
man who will be the 47th president of the United
All
States
right,
in West
y'all.
Palm Beach at the convention center.
We're almost 6 hours into this. I'm done. I'm tapping out. Thank y'all so much for watching. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the like button if you want to support what I'm doing here financially. Patreon.com/Reason and Theology. You also get access to extra exclusive patron-only content at Patreon if you join at any level of participation. We would really appreciate it. So go ahead and do it if you're able and so inclined. I would really appreciate your support. And looking forward to doing another show with y'all in the morning. All right. See y'all later. God bless. Support Reason and Theology at patreon.com/Reason and Theology and get access to plenty of extra exclusive patron-only content.